But JJ's right. You know, when you get tested, you used to, you know, you've gone the boundaries, you pushed yourself to the limits, and I think they've done that. I don't know if Cameroon have done that. Maybe one game at the beginning, you know. I mean, you know, Egypt, they played against, for me, the best front three in the tournament from Cote d'Ivoire. You know, they had Zaha, Hala, and Pepe. That front three, I mean, you know, can beat any team around the world. And they held their own and did very, very well against that. So they've been there, they've done that. They know, there's one thing with these Egyptians, they know how to win these type of games, you know, and that's important.
Yeah, if things get difficult, they really know how to grind out that result. It's certainly what we've seen in their previous encounters ahead of this semi-final matchup. Now, coming into this game as the most decorated side on the continent, they've got a record 7 Africa Cup of Nations triumphs, as opposed to Cameroon, who are seeking a 6th title. And Cameroon, a very quick look at this lineup, Stiga, for them, consistency. They've got the winning combination. They're going to stick to their guns for tonight. Yeah, no surprises there. The front three of Maumi, which is unsung hero there for me. I think he brings in a lot of directness on the right-hand side. Ikambi will bring in the creativity, and the talisman Abu Bakar looking to get the 7th of the tournament. Then we take a look at the lineup as well for Egypt. There were a few injury concerns, but it seems as if Hamdi Fati, that was one of those. He was injured, of course. He picked up an injury in the game against the Ivory Coast, but he is back. And Ayman Ashraf, of course, is going to be on the bench. So Egypt comes in. They have made 2 changes. In is Fati as well as Atia.
Yeah, and obviously the centre-back is out as well, Gadzi. You know, he's a big, I mean, that's the biggest blow for me, because I think he's been fantastic over the years. He's really steady. You know, you want centre-backs to be steady, not making too many mistakes. And he's a player that likes to defend. There's not many players in world football like to defend anymore, and he's one of those old type, you know. So I think he's a huge blow to the team.
Concerned about former West Brom man, and that's a Ghazi. Of course, injury in their last game. He's out.
Well, yes, like the coach said, it's a big miss, you know, but what it does is it provides a new player the opportunity to sell himself, to show himself, you know, and to continue the good job. And I think as a player, if you're in this tournament, you're here to play, you're here to show yourself, you know, and I think I can only see an opportunity for another player to come in and shine.
So you've got a team that has just been scoring freely, and that's been the main man right there, leading the charge in terms of what's been happening up front. But they've also been tested defensively. I think today is going to be their sternest test in terms of defense for Cameroon today.
I think the test for Cameroon will come on transition. When they're not threatened, they're nice and solid, but they're going to feel that they're going to have to take the game. Because they are the host, they're going to have to eventually take it to Egypt. And on transition, with the likes of Salah, with the likes of Mohammed, with the likes of Mamouche, they are going to be tested. And if they don't keep it nice and compact, they're going to start to encounter that difficulties of coming up against a side that is quality. We spoke about who they came up en route to the semi-finals, opposed to Egypt that was tested against the best, Nigeria, against Cote d'Ivoire, against Morocco. You know, so Cameroon hasn't been tested, and today we will certainly ask a few questions of them.
Goalkeeping department for Egypt. El Shanawi on the bench. And of course, we saw how Gabaski came off injured in the last game, or the last 2 games. He's starting today. Are you concerned about this?
Well, I mean, he hasn't played much international football, but he's played a lot of football, a lot of experience. You know, he plays for a big football club that plays a lot in these, big tournaments. So he looked quite steady, you know, when he came on. It looked like they were running out of goalkeepers at one stage. I mean, I think they were down to their 3rd goalkeeper. So, you know, to lose their number 1 is a big blow. But I mean, it's a big chance again, and he looks, you know, he looks the part. He certainly did well when he came on the last game.
Other areas, I mean, this was the man, as you said, when they started their campaign, all eyes were on Choupo-Moting, but he hasn't quite risen to the fore in terms of his performance in Cameroon.
Yeah, maybe tonight is the night, but we talk about rising to form. Toko Ekambi in the pictures here, you could see his, a bit of a smile there, feeling light, the quality's there, the confidence is up there, and I'm sure he'll be looking to test that defense there. But he started off slow against Nigeria, but after that came to the party And talk about coming to the party, Salah leading like a captain.
JJ, what do you really want to say? You know, he's come good, and hopefully, I'm sure he'll carry on at the end of the tournament. But quality player. Certainly, I think if they win this tournament, Egypt, he's got to be up for nomination for Football of the, Ballon d'Or. So hopefully, maybe somebody from Africa could win it for a change.
Yeah, but this is the thing, when all eyes are on what arguably at this particular moment is the greatest player on the continent, just that kind of pressure. But I mean, he's been in similar situations before, handled it well.
I mean, that's what comes with you being good. He's an excellent player, and it's expected, to be under pressure. And it's a good pressure to have, pressure to perform. And what it does to you is it brings out the best in you. You have to be mentally prepared, to go all the way and show that it's not a fluke that you're one of the best, because you're a marksman, But I think he's been there, he's done it, and he's proven himself in this tournament as well, that he can not only do it in Europe, that he can also cope when it comes to African football.
Yeah, we saw him really, coming good in that quarterfinal matchup ahead of this semi-final. He is nice and ready to give off his best performance. The 11th Afcon encounter between Egypt and Cameroon, and no two teams have met on more occasions in the competition's history. So a very historic encounter. We continue the build-up after the break. has been in large part due to what's been happening up front. They've scored 20 goals since the loss back in the World Cup qualifiers against Cote d'Ivoire in September, and a lot of the focus has been on their attacking prowess.
Well, yes, I mean, that's their strength. You know, Abubakar been in top form. You know, he's been leading by example, and of course, it's because he's been getting services. And if he gets services, we know that he can finish. So hopefully, his teammates will do him the favor of providing him with services.
And looking at, of course, the fact that they've had such a really great run and have only been getting stronger and stronger in this competition, no changes for Cameroon tonight.
Yeah, look, if that's the setup of the team, it looks like a little bit of panic or worry in the camps, because they haven't played with a back three. You know, pretty much played with a back four the whole tournament.
Yeah.
So maybe they're worried about, you know, to double up on the sides there a little bit more, because that's where the strength of Egypt is. So it's a bit, let's see how it pans out, but I'll be very surprised if they do play like this, you know.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gavin. I don't think they're going to go with 3 at the back. It will be 4 at the back, looking at that starting lineup. But like you say, they're not going to change a lot. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And I think that Cameroon certainly going with consistency in that lineup. No surprises. But yes, we've been speaking about Abubakar, we speak about Toko Ekambi, but the unsung hero for me in the middle of the park is Anguissa. I think that his influence on them as well, and we can have a look at how they'll possibly set up. I think they'll be going with the 4 at the back. Tola on the left, Faye here. Ume, so it's 4-1, 4-1. Toko, Maumi, Hongla and Anguissa. But what he does is he always arrives late and he supports the front three quite often. And I think this is the danger that the Cameroon players do have. This is the joker. This is the jack in the pack here.
But I think Faye have been also instrumental in their play going forward. You know, he's provided the most assists in this tournament, 3 so far. You know, so his role also is vital for this Cameroonian side.
Yeah, well, you look at the consistency, though. I mean, we talk about what's happening in attack, but also defensively, you know, those defenders have started now together for the 3rd game running, just perfecting what it is they do there.
You know, if you want to win tournaments or anything, you've got to sort that area of the pitch out first, you know. And I think it's very important that that's where you don't really want to change teams too much, that back three with the goalkeeper and the centre halves. You know, they both pretty much play a similar setup in their team. The difference is the striker in either side, where Mamusa will drop in a little bit more, Amabaka will run in behind a little bit more. So there's a big, and obviously the 2 wide players of Egypt play a little bit narrower in off the front. So there is a little bit of a difference there. But the 3 in midfield, they'll sort of be matching up against each other in there. And that's certainly, as Stiga says, you know, Aguiso is the key there, you know. He makes the late runs in the box. But all in all, I think it's pretty basic. I don't think they'll change too much.
Yeah, you talk about that 3v3 in the middle of the park there, and I think this is going to be massive here. We're talking about Anguissa up against Hongla, against Soli and Elneny. And this is another player that certainly has to come to the party, you know. He's playing at the high level for Arsenal in the English Prem, and he needs to impose himself, and he needs to be the guy that's going to be dishing out the small passes as well as the long ones. If they're going to be looking to play at the counter-attack, he will be looked to, is he going to start that attack and find space in behind the defense to find Salah and Mamouche, because Mamouche, Galatasaray, Mohamed, Stuttgart. So there's enough quality in that front three to cause problems for that Cameroon defense.
Well, yes, I think speaking about Elneny, I think he's improving in the tournament, you know, because he came into this tournament with few games under his belt. You know, he wasn't regular in Arsenal, but he has played more games now, and he's gotten his legs going, and I think he'll be crucial on the attack, you know, tonight if they are going to get services.
I think they might play with a double pivot actually. Egypt, they might play 2 sitting in there certainly to start the game off, to give Elneny a little bit more support with Fatih next to him. But we'll, you know, as we'll see how they start up. But really, Elneny, I think, he's had a very good tournament.
Yeah.
You know, his ball retention has been good. He's played a lot of forward passes, where I always felt he's a little bit sideways and backwards and sideways and backwards. But he's trying to play the ball forward a little bit earlier, you know, and I think he's had a good tournament. Because I think there might be a move. I'm not quite sure. for Arsenal.
Yeah, definitely a major advantage for the Egyptians is Hamdi Fati back from injury, of course, in that particular lineup. Maybe some concerns in terms of their number one goalkeeper as well. Any concerns when it comes to the goalkeeping department and defensively how they set up, Siga?
I think when El Shanawi got injured, in came Gabal Ali, and he certainly asserted himself nicely there. But if you look at it, and Gavin mentioned the double pivot here, and this is what they could possibly do. And what it's going to give them is a low block, and this is going to give him a lot of compactness here. If El Neni is here, Soleil is here, you have Atia here with the absence of Hegazi, and this is going to be nice and tight, and this is where they're going to have to keep it very, very compact, coach.
Yeah, I think what Egypt want to do is bring Cameroon onto them a little bit, so the space for Salah to go into, because I don't think he's the best when he's like really, he prefers to run in behind people. So I think that's where they might just bring them on a little bit, and play with a double pivot in there, just to sit in there a little bit.
Yeah, I believe the Egyptians will approach this one cautiously, because the first thing is not to concede, because you always get your chance, and it's all about taking it when it comes, and they've been a bit clinical when it comes to converting their chances. So I think they will approach this one a bit cautious.
All right, well, we've got our team as well standing by, of course, at the venue at Stade Olimbe or the Paul Biya Stadium. Tata Moyeng is there. Remember, this is a big encounter, of course, just bearing in mind that Cameroon back at the venue where 8 football fans lost their lives very, very sadly, and, of course, are going to be playing in their particular honor. There's been a moment of silence since that tragedy at Stade Olimbe. There's been a moment of silence before each and every single game. What's the atmosphere? What's the mood like, Tato? Especially because there's a feeling that this is almost the final before the final. Good evening.
Well, good evening, Carol, and everyone in studio. As you can see, clearly I'm at Olembe Stadium. Olembe Stadium, the stadium where the incident took place on the 24th of January. This is, of course, the very first match that they've had since that incident where 8 people lost their lives here when Cameroon were playing in that encounter. Fans have come back through to this stadium. And then looking at how they came back into the stadium here this afternoon, they came in early, Carol. There was a lot of order. There was ambulance. There is a disaster management plan in place. There was a lot of security in place. No need for COVID tests anymore, but you need to present a vaccination certificate to get into the 60,000-seater Olembe Stadium. So it's all going to go because fans are quite excited for the semi-final between Cameroon and, of course, Egypt. 2 of the most glittered teams when it comes to Afcon, and they want to make sure they join the Lions of Teranga, Senegal, in the much-anticipated final here on Sunday for Afcon 2022. A lot of talk between the fans obviously has been about the 2 captains of the Indomitable Lions and the Pharaohs, Vincent Abubakar and Mo Salah. Combined, these 2 players have really contributed the most goals and, of course, been involved in the most goals since 2017. But it is about the title. Cameroon looking for their 6th, while the likes of the Pharaohs are looking to add to their tally and perhaps have their 8th. As you can hear, fans are quite excited because behind me, the teams are currently training and on the pitch. It's not packed to the rafters as it was before. There was about 80% capacity let in before the incident. But around me, I can see that we've got about 50% capacity of fans here at the stadium to watch this much anticipated semi-final. It's been called the final before the final, and rightfully so. When you look at the stories running up to this semi-final, the likes of the Egyptian Federation have been fined for not appearing for a press conference. They've had a complaint against the referee. And, of course, the likes of Roger Nassar has received a 4-match suspension. He will not feature on the side of Carlos Queiroz on the side of the bench. But Tony Constantão and his outfit will want to make sure they bring joy to the nation of Cameroon when the tournament returns after 50 years. Can they lift the title and meet up with the other Lions in the final on Sunday, Carol?
Tato, it sounds unbelievable there. Maybe just about 50% of attendance that's been that limit for the match tonight because of safety concerns, but you can certainly hear the roar of those fans. Many of them, of course, the majority of them are for the indomitable Lions. Eddie Tom agrees. Today is the final before the final. Let's get ready for your predictions.
The time for crossing fingers and hoping to get an easy draw has long come to an end at the Africa Cup of Nations. We've been in an intense state of do or die for a week or so now, and what both of tonight's outfits have done to date is the doing part, and with some flair as well if you answer to the term host country. What a time it has been watching the indomitable Lions dominate from game one to this stage, pass every test with relative ease while growing the hopes that for the first time since Egypt 2006, the host nation will go on to lift the most hallowed trophy on the continent. And yes, to achieve that feat, Cameroon will have to this evening meet, greet and then beat the mighty Pharaohs at the Olembe Stadium. And yes, from the triumph over Burkina Faso to the stalemate against Cape Verde, the thrashing of Ethiopia, brushing aside of Gambia to the edging of the Comoros, the home nation is yet to be tested more than we expect them to be tonight. As for the first time in this edition, they go toe-to-toe with their fellow heavy. What will help is the 9-match unbeaten streak in all competitions for a side that after the disappointment of 2019 applied themselves from top to bottom in order to build a squad that can once again be trusted with doing the business. In the run of 9 unbeaten, they've scored 20 goals while managing 4 clean sheets. And while the latter has been difficult in this competition, the net has been bulging and doing so with regularity. Skipper, talisman and top scorer Vincent Abubakar remains the trump card, but the assistance that he's getting from fellow frontrunner for player of the tournament in Carl Toka Ekambi is precisely why Egypt's defensive capabilities will be tested probably more than they have to date in the competition. And such is the pleasure of imagining tonight's prospect that for the Pharaohs as well, the defensive end will without a doubt be complemented by what remains a dangerous offensive end, led of course by the King. This is not a sprint, never has been, never will be. Trust Egypt to remind us of that, as after a terribly lethargic start to life in Cameroon, with each stage of the competition they have improved their performances and finally started to live up to their billing. While it hasn't been easy nor pleasing to the eye, Egypt are back in the semi-finals of the competition for the first time since the final defeat of 2019, incidentally to the same team they will square up to in Yaoundé. That, alongside their status as the most successful nation in the history of Afcon, means there has been a constant regeneration of championship DNA within the national team, even if that hasn't resulted in a title since 2010. And while in 2017 and even 2019,
It's an historic semi-final, very reminiscent of that final back in 2017, and both squads really littered with so much class. You look at since the beginning of 2017, no player directly involved in more goals at the Africa Cup of Nations than Mohamed Salah of Egypt and Vincent Abubakar of Cameroon. Is that what it comes down to? The battle of Salah and Abubakar?
Well, I don't think so. I think a player like Akambi have got something to say in this competition, you know, because it's just one behind Abubakar, you know. But the most important thing for me is the team, you know, how the team will set up, how they are going to approach the game, the desire for them to get to the final, you know. So for both nations, I think it's all about the team. It's all about winning today and not their key players.
Now, you talk about winning, all about winning as well. The road to the semi-final for Cameroon, that's what's been key, is that even if they have to come from behind, they've been winning their games, and that's how they got to this stage, and hence they've got that confidence, even though we say this will be their stiffest test by far.
Definitely. I just think what you got to try and do is try and stay in the game. You don't want to, you know, open the game up, and I don't think Egypt will do that, you know, and we've spoken about it numerous times now. Cameroon, for me, haven't really been tested.
Yeah.
And this is a big game for them tonight. And I think if you look on paper, I mean, Egypt, for me, are a better side. Players playing in big leagues, big, you know, big games. And so I really do feel that they've got to be big favourites here. Even though they away from home per se.
Is there an over-reliance? You look at Cameroon, for example, all the goals that have been scored have been shared by two individuals, Ikambi and Abubakar. Is that a concern as well? An over-reliance on certain individuals as opposed to more of a team effort, more of a collective when you look at the Pharaohs?
I agree with you. I agree with you there, Carol, but we have to look at it that it's the way that Cameroon play. They're relying on their striking duo to come up with the goals, and they're keeping it nice and tight in the middle of the park. Anguissa assists them. But we have to laminate. And the fact that we're looking back is that they have not been tested against the big sides. And this evening they will definitely be tested against Egypt that has really come up against the odds. There's been a lot of pressure. You could see the fans giving a lot of pressure after the first loss against Nigeria. They're not happy with the performance. So it's a team that has come to the party now, and they would definitely test this Cameroon side, which is always going to be asked, you haven't come up against the better teams. Tonight you will be tested properly.
Okay, let's get to the predictions. Here's an interesting comment on #SS Afcon 21. Don Gio says Gavin Hunt is representing South Africa on the panel tonight. JJ Oya Sokocha representing Cameroon and West Africa. And Stanton Fredericks is representing Egypt, seeing as he looks a little Egyptian.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know how accurate that is. JJ, what's your prediction for this one?
Well, I think it'll be good to keep it in West Africa. I totally agree with the fan there, and I'm going for a narrow win for Cameroon.
Narrow win for Cameroon. Okay. Gavin?
Well, I think Egypt are a better side all round, and I think they know how to win these type of games. Well, they both do, both big countries. They won a lot. So I'm going for Egypt.
The Pharaohs. Seeing that I look like a Pharaoh, I'm going with the Pharaohs.
Also a narrow win?
I think it's going to be very narrow. I think I'm going to give it to Egypt 1-0.
Okay. Well, you give us your predictions as you have been on #SS Afcon 21. Now, bear in mind, the hosts, Cameroon, have progressed from 7 of their 9 semi-final matches at the Africa Cup of Nations, but Egypt have progressed from more.
Welcome. You're currently on DSTV Compact. On this level, you'll get all your essential entertainment. Ready to step up?
Let's do it!
Thank you for upgrading to DSTV Compact Plus. Here you'll get your favorite channels with a little extra. Now for the biggest step up. Congratulations! DSTV has stepped you up to DSTV Premium. Enjoy all your favorite channels like a boss.
Now this is a step up.
Step up to the next level on us. Upgrade your current DSTV package and we'll step you up to the next highest package at no extra cost.
This weekend on Supersport. On Saturday, gravity-defying ski jumpers soar through the air in search of winter Olympic glory. The fire-breathing Dragons begin their Six Nations defense against the plucky Irish. And the San Siro cauldron of fire boils over with the explosive Derby di Milano. Then on Sunday, 2 former champions steal the limelight in a bruising Vegas welterweight showdown. The Sunshine Tour's bold start to the year continues around Irene's lush fairways. And who will be crowned the kings of the continent at Afcon's showpiece. Up your game this weekend on Supersport.
What is your great? Is it reaching your goal?
So you have to be part of the conversation and you have to add value. You have to bring value to the table.
Or helping others reach theirs.
The impact we've made to actually help the younger ones get to their dreams.
Is it bouncing back?
On Burma coming through the middle to take it once again.
or rising above?
Faith Kipyegon is the 1500 metres champion.
Is it never giving up?
Do something which other people they can't do. Do something which other people they fear.
What is your great?
Achieving that desired results, that you've always wanted.
Is it shifting the lens to others or to yourself? Is it doing what they say you can't?
I've been able to remain my authentic self.
Or making space for those who can define your great.
It will be a night to remember.
Watch it live on SuperSport, only on DSTV.
Have you seen a better goal than that anywhere this season? I very much doubt it.
Live La Liga on SuperSport, your home of unbeatable football. Only on DSTV.
Remember all of the times that we shared. I paid that bill.
At Total Energies, we go the extra mile for you.
Football is a sport played with a ball of a circumference of 70 centimeters. Studs. On a grass-covered field.
There's not only one football. There's not only one way to get closer to football. We are offering 20,000 recycled rubber balls to football fans. Orange sponsors change.
Orange.
For a place in the final at the Olembe Stadium here tonight. Welcome everyone, live coverage, Cameroon against Egypt. What a big match we have in store. 7 victories for the Egyptians. They have no equal in terms of past success in the African Championship. Hosts Cameroon come closest. They've won 5 titles, the last of course in 2017 when they beat the Egyptians in the final in Gabon. That was just 2 editions ago. Can they repeat that success in this semi? The prize tonight for these 2 teams, the right to take on Senegal in Sunday's final. Lots of Egyptian support, but of course completely overshadowed by the home fans, who will be hoping that we have success here for the host nation. Egypt, ironically, were the last host country to win the Cup of Nations way back in 2006. We've had 7 editions since then without a host team taking the trophy. So Mo Salah leads out the Egyptians, fresh from that victory over Morocco. And of course a Cameroonian side that beat Gambia in the previous round. They've had it relatively easy on their way to the Final Four, the indomitable Lions, with victory over the Comoros. Somewhat uninspiring victory too, and then a much better performance against Gambia in the quarterfinals. The Egyptians have done it the hard way, beat the Ivory Coast on post-match penalties to book their place in the last 8, and then of course against Morocco with Mo Salah leading the way with the equaliser and the winner, the assist for Trezeguet. So there they are, out on the pitch. We are back at the Olembe Stadium for the first time in 10 days, and since last week's tragedy, 7 people seriously injured, but 8 were killed. And we remember them tonight as we go through the pre-match formalities. Well, he might not be the greatest singer in the world, but Mo Salah will certainly be a pivotal figure tonight, that's for sure. Now, the national anthem of the host country. Cameroon, cradle of our forefathers, and it has got the crowd going here. The Olembe Stadium resplendent tonight for this massive encounter. It's one of the great matchups in the African game. Expect a suspense-filled evening here at the Africa Cup of Nations. Senegal victors last night. Good win over Burkina Faso inside 90 minutes. This could go all the way. Two strongly matched teams head-to-head to decide a place in the finals. First meeting between these two countries, by the way, since that 2017 final. Can they deliver the home nation or this expectant country, or is it Egypt who are going to spoil the show? Vincent Aboubakar, 6 goals in this tournament for him, 5 for Carl Toko Ekambi. They scored all of the goals for Cameroon, who are the best scorers at this event. Gianni Infantino is in the crowd tonight, the FIFA president, along with Patrice Motsepe to his right-hand side, or to his left rather, your right, the president of the Confederation of African Football. So home hopes lie with these gentlemen. In green, the indomitable Lions, and for many of them, their biggest game of their careers. There are a couple who remain from the 2017 final. Aboubakar came on as a sub and scored in that game. No changes from the quarter-final success over Gambia. So consistency key here for Tony Conceição. Of course, Toko Ekambi and Aboubakar leading the line up front. Mumi on the flank has been vital in these games. Collins Fire as well, the overlapping fullback. Mo Salah and Vincent Aboubakar. Today's referee is Bakari Gassama from Gambia. He turns 43 in a week's time. He's 6th Cup of Nations, and he's doing a 4th semi-final, 2013, 2017 and 2019. He also officiated the final in 2015. The Egyptian lineup, well, they've got 2 changes. First of all, the goalkeeping situation. Abu Gabal has recovered. and will play ahead of young Mohamed Somi. Ahmed Hegazi's flown off to Germany for surgery. El Wench is back to take over in the heart of defence alongside Abu Monem, and the other change sees the Al Ahly player Hamdi Fati coming into the midfield to take the place of Ayman Ashraf. Carlos Queiroz, the veteran coach, 69 in March, and there are two Portuguese coaches head-to-head. Tony Conceição, who is 60 years old, one cap for Portugal as a player. He was working in club football in Romania before getting the job in charge of the Indomitable Lions. A big jump up. Semeletto in the crowd, he came on the bus as well with the players, the president of Cameroonian football, recently elected. So no football here since last Monday. That will certainly have helped the pitch, although rain in Yaoundé yesterday. This will be the venue for the final on Sunday, the third place playoff game for which Burkina Faso have already qualified, and for whom the loser of today's match is destined to compete in. Well, that's been moved from Sunday to Saturday at the Amadou Ahidjo Stadium. It'll be the 12th game of the competition at that venue. Now, this is the showpiece stadium that Cameroon have built for this particular competition, and they hope to crown the tournament on Sunday with success here. First, though, to get past the Egyptians. Early ball in from Moumi, and an early touch as well for Abu Gabal. He came in for El Shenawi and then got injured himself in the last game against Morocco. Full of drama, the Egyptian camp over the last week. Seattle Sounders, Nuhu on the left-hand side, ever present in this tournament so far. It has been a consistent pick, this Cameroonian team. Ngadur, for example, in the heart of defence, has had a couple of centre-back partners, but he himself in possession now has not missed a game. Five, of course, a veteran, so they're the two fullbacks. This was immediate work for the Cameroonian Nuhu, when that MLS team for Seattle Sounders in 2019 when they won the title in North America. Cameroon, of course, in their famous green and red and yellow, and Egypt in their change strip tonight, the all-white. Which one of these had? So the pitch is already looking maybe popping up in places. It's been a problem at this tournament. Hopefully no major bearing on the football we're about to see over the next 90 minutes. Castelletto. Expect a nice tough physical battle between these two sides. Five plays it inside. That's nicely done, played out wide by Unget. Maybe an opportunity here for Moumi. Good challenge on him. A very good tournament down the right-hand side, Nicolas Moumi. Well, the turnover's been pretty marked so far in these early stages. Maybe some early nerves just settling in. Off El Nene and Abu Gabal. Did he keep that from going out for a corner? Certainly sliding over the line, but the ball stayed game side. Samalek, goalkeeper, of course, popular figure in the Egyptian camp as well, and particularly back home since his exploits in goal in place of El Shenawi. Penalty shootout against the Ivorians in the round of 16, and then trying to stay on as long as possible despite injury at the weekend against Morocco in the quarter-final. Eventually almost having to be dragged off the pitch. One of a lot of fans in Egypt. Free kick in favour of Faye. Mamouche with the challenge, just caught him on the heel there. Two up front for Cameroon, but almost a little isolated there. Toko Ekambi and Abu Bakr, both in the squad in 2017. Abu Bakr coming on and scoring in the final, but Toko Ekambi was on the bench for the game against Egypt in Libreville. El Nene scored for Egypt in that game, so we've got two key players from what's now 4.5 years ago, 5 years ago almost, in Libreville. Carlos Queiroz, what a big game for him as veteran coach. Had a couple of continental championships in his time in Asia and South America as well as Africa, never got to a final, so this would be a massive plus for a very distinguished CV. Nguye, one of the finds of the tournament so far for Cameroon, just 24, plays in the Belgian league, fairly anonymous on the European stage. I think there'll be a lot of suitors come the end of this tournament. He pops up all over the show. Nuhu forward. Mumi gets the pass from Toko Ekambi. A little bit of space as well. This is good running. The Egyptians, their defensive work will be stout tonight. On the left-hand side, Fatou. Injury problem or two during this tournament, missed a couple of games in the group phase, but back in the lineup and makes a big difference on the left. Another Zamalek player. They've got 3 of the 5 defenders, including the goalkeeper. Faye provided several important crosses in this tournament so far for Cameroon. They'll be relying on him and his service down the right-hand side. Andre Onana now gets a chance, a little touch of the ball, the 25-year-old goalkeeper. Back from his drugs ban during the World Cup qualifiers in September. First game back was not for his club Ajax Amsterdam, but rather for the Cameroonian national side. Had some vital games in the World Cup qualifiers, helped them to win the group. El Wench at the back. His recovery just in time for Egypt. Started the tournament as a first choice centre-back along with Hegazi. Hegazi's out. El Wench has missed a lot of this tournament with a little bit of a muscle problem. It has recovered now just at the right time with Hegazi ruled out after that adductor problem in the last game. This might be an early chance for Mamouche. Salah with a left foot. Didn't really connect that in typical Mo Salah style, but he only needs half a second. It was interesting to hear the Moroccan coach after the game on the weekend describing the game as the difference really between the two sides, the ability of Mo Salah in that split second and the fact that he was as dangerous off the ball as he was on it with his running, his positioning and the spaces that he creates for others. So relatively new in the team, Mamouche up front. He and Mustafa Mohamed have been a consistent selection in attack. bit more central today as well. Has been hanging out on the right-hand side. They seem to have Mamouche dropped a little back and allowing Salah to tuck in a bit more. Anguissa with a foul on Fatu. This is El Nene in possession. Kamal, El Nene again. Nice build up down the right. Kamal always dangerous. El Nene. Scored in the 22nd minute of the final 2017 in Libreville. Egypt were leading at half-time. Cameroon came back and won by 2-1, lifting the Cup of Nations. Ten minutes gone here in the first half. Second of the semi-finals at the Cup of Nations. Always going to be a little bit on the cagey side in the beginning, but perhaps the tempo will pick up over the next couple of minutes as the teams now begin to look to find some range. Fatu with the interception there. Inside, looking for his skipper. Foul will go in favour of Abu Bakr. Hamdi Fati back into the lineup also after injury, and Carlos Queiroz, well, he's been very critical of the refereeing performances at this tournament. A little wry smile from him, but frustration. No assistant today. Roger de Sá banned for 4 matches for that post-match altercation with the Moroccans after the weekend game. So he sits in the stand, while Goma, who's the general manager of the team, sitting alongside now Mr. Gassama, saying to while Goma's been told to go away. I think Carlos Queiroz knew what he did there, and the referee didn't like it. Just made the point that do that again and you'll be in the stands as well. Mumi to take it. Abu Gabal watched it all the way. He's kept it in play. Ooh. Now, has he hurt himself? He will kick this away, but remember, he had what looked like a groin injury in the last game. He made a save against the Moroccans and then got himself into increasing pain and injury concerns. There. That's exactly the area where he had trouble in the last match. And remember, at the end, young Mohamed Sobi came on for his very first cap. They've got 4 goalkeepers in this tournament. Mahmoud Allah is the other one, so there is cover, but not much in the way of experience. To be fair, Abu Gabal's playing only his 6th game for Egypt, made his debut in 2011, waited 10 years between his first and his second cap. Shinawi, the #1 keeper, might still make it for the final. His rehabilitation continuing. Now the chase is on. There's quite a bit of pace there on both sides, and Abdelmonem does very well, the young defender who's going back to his parent club Al Ahly at the end of this tournament. Abu Bakr runs into traffic. Good cover provided by Kamal, just stepped into the channel here. Castelletto. Given away, chance for Toko Ekambi. Keeps going, little burst of pace from him, and save from Abu Gabal again. He's quick, deceptively quick, the Cameroonian striker. Have a look at this, just puts on the afterburner to the byline. And I've pulled that back just a little bit more. There were two players waiting near that first post to see if they couldn't get a touch onto a potential cross from Toko Ekambi. In the middle of the park, he with Zambo and Guisa is the engine room for Cameroon. Castelletto, Nguye. Got a free roll, Samuel Nguye. Puts it back again. There we go. Give it to me. I'll see what we can conjure up here, he says. Finds Collins 5. Back again. Looking for a bit of running from Toko Ekambi. Wench with the covering defence. Real name Mahmoud Hamdi, El Wench the Crane in Arabic. That's his footballing name, has been for many years. Went to the World Cup in Russia in 2018. Didn't play, he was fairly young, 22 at that stage, but good experience for him. Now, Nguisa, no way through. A lot of good physical strength on display in this game. Who had the last touch? Linesman's got this right. It definitely looked like El Suraya was holding off there, hoping for the goal kick, but have a look here. That was the earlier one with Toko Ekambi. Wants a little word here. Maybe reminding everyone there's cameras these days, VAR. Mumi to take it. It's a high one. Headers in there, strikes the upright. Wide of goal. Cameroon with the first shot across the bow. Really was a rising header there from Engadou. And much relief for Egypt as that comes back. Abu Gabal watches this just go wide. Well, you don't want to be giving goals away from set pieces, but Michael Engadou, with the strength that we've seen over all these years now in a Cameroonian shirt. Centre-back who is based in Belgium. Fulham tried to sign him last season when they were still up in the Premier League. They might go shopping for him again still, should they make it back at the end of this season. He and Abu Bakr perhaps got in each other's way on the rebound. Looking for the corner, looking at the ref. The decision was a positive one. A low one this time. Chance for Engadou again, this time with the feet. The centre-back perhaps not as strong as he should have been. Poor defence from Egypt. 2 set pieces now, and they've looked very uncomfortable. Missed completely. Perhaps had he left it, Abu Bakr might have been there to snap it up. Two good chances early on here for the host nation. And that might have the Egyptians a little rattled early on. Let's see what response we get out of them. Will take this. Fire is probably the smallest man on the pitch. Rose majestically there to win it in the air. Back in the heart of defence, Ngade after those two very good chances. One in the air by Abdel Moinem, but back with Cameroon. They are looking the brighter of the two sides early on here. Fire into the box. Fatou looks to clear with support here from Sulaya, now El Nene. Salaya to Mamouche. See much from Salah in these early stages. They'll try and get the ball out to him on the right. Kamal. Still Kamal. Still Kamal. Left-footed shot. Not as much power as he possibly would get from his right. And so perhaps an opportunity goes there for the Egyptians. Really was an excellent opportunity for the big centre-back. Not doing much for the cause of defenders who like to come forward in search of goals. Omar Kamal only made his debut for Egypt in the Arab Cup in December. How well he's done to make that right fullback's spot his. Now. Still in play, and it's almost falling here for Abu Bakr. Fatou, can he get this further upfield for Egypt? Turn defence into attack again. Possession turned over here. Castelletto. That's a nice little ball off the chest. Mumi takes flight. Slips. There's excellent work there from Fati coming back to help out. Nguissa, punch away from the goalkeeper. Salah gets a touch. He has a chance on the counter. El Nene is dispossessed. Cameroon winning all the loose balls here. Nguissa. Nguissa on the edge of the area. Now the goalkeeper Abu Gabal has another injury concern. Mr. Gassama will go across and have a look. The Egyptians protested about his appointment as referee for today. They reckoned in his long distinguished career he hadn't refereed very well against Egyptian club and national teams, and they put in a formal protest when his appointment for the semi-final was announced. In the meantime, Sobi looks to be warming up again. They're not having much luck in the goalkeeping department, are the Egyptians. Let's see what happened. He came out to punch the ball here. Running into Vincent Abubakar, who's no small unit. So Sobi will warm up with Essam Al-Hadri, the very famous Egyptian goalkeeper, now national team goalkeeping coach. Egypt playing Senegal in This is the 11th time, by the way, these two teams meet at the Nations Cup finals. Amazingly, they've only ever played in a qualifying group once before. That was in qualification for the World Cup in Germany in 2006. They were in the same group. Egypt beat Cameroon at home and drew away. But at the Nations Cup since 1984, they've met on a regular basis. 4 wins apiece and 2 draws. It could not be tighter between these two countries. The last game, as we mentioned, in 2017, that 2-1 win in Libreville in the final. Hugo Bruce was the coach then of the Indomitable Lions. El Nene. El Sulaya now looking to get Kamal going down the right. There's a bit of a gap. And cover defence will be provided by Abdel Monem. Toko Ekambi, is he fouled? Mo Salah back to help out and commits the foul. Well, his tackle numbers, never mind foul numbers, would be pretty low. It's not what he's there for. Abdel Monem was in a bit of trouble, and they needed Salah to come back and help. Very quick on the apologies as well. Nice and tense at the Olembe Stadium. Cameroon looking to break the deadlock. Moumi with a high ball, back post. Castelletto will get there first for Cameroon. Lots of slipping and sliding, you'll note, from players on the park. There's a chance now, dragged back. Not enough power from Toko Ekambi. Gratefully accepted by Abu Gabal. Leaning back there, absolutely no power on it at all, and really just putting it up into the air. I think Coach Conceição knows that chances will be few and far between in this game, so a little disappointed they didn't take that one. They've had much more opportunity in the first half hour than the Egyptians have, that's for sure. Now let's see what Mustafa Mohamed can do. Dealt with fairly comfortably by Castelletto. He's looked good in this tournament. Hasn't played in all of the matches, but those that he has, certainly dominant performance at the back. Abubakar now. Support from Collins Fai. Toko Ekambi. Nguye now. Nuhu, and a little bit too strong. It was good running there from Zambo Ngisa. Issa finding himself well forward. This was that earlier chance for Toko Ekambi, again dragged back. Maybe the pass back was a bit on the strong side, came very quickly, didn't really have time to adjust, and how grateful was Abu Gabal to get that in his hands. 5 goals for Toko Ekambi, including the double against Gambia in the last game. 3 players in the Cameroon starting lineup on a yellow card, and if they pick up another they will be out. That's Ngado at the back, Zambo Ngisa and Hongla, the 2 midfielders. Only one Egyptian, Zizou, who's on the bench today. We saw last night Adama Gueira from Burkina Faso booked and out of the next game, which will be the 3rd place playoff rather than the final, but at the time he got booked he wasn't sure that he was going to be playing in the bronze medal match rather than the gold. And that's a terrible fate to befall any footballer, suspended for a major final after an accumulation of cards in the preceding matches. Mamouche out of play. Not much has gone right up front for Egypt so far in the first 35 minutes of this game. Toko Ekambi, look at the run from Collins 5. It's a good ball, a little too strong for Abu Bakr as well as for Ongla, and we will have throw in for the Egyptians. Ongla now playing in Serie A. There have been matches at this tournament where Mo Salah has been fairly anonymous and then sort of pitched up at the right moment to settle the matter in favour of the Egyptians. Cameroon will be particularly worried that that happens again here today, that they have the better of the chances, they don't take them, and then they get punished by the likes of Mo Salah. Free kick to Cameroon. A little ingenuity there, forcing the foul out of Kamal. Yellow card for Kamal as well. He looks a bit bemused. It's the first of the game. Referee Gassama from Gambia. Well, that is a fairly deliberate block. I think Nu had a good point there. Mumi to take it. Cameroon have got numbers forward, looking for the first goal of the semi-final. Another high delivery. Still not cleared. He has a chance for Collins Fire. He showed a little bit too much of it on the initial touch. And now Salah, look at this breakaway. Chance for Egypt. El Sulaya. Oh, they didn't push home the advantage there. Mustafa Mohamed to Mo Salah, being watched by Mumi. Got the free kick. Well, that's sore. The reaction you see from Salah straight away. That's painful. This was Collins Fire's attempt. It was the centre forward Mustafa Mohamed who was doing the defensive work. Then Mumi stood on Mo Salah on his toes. Those boots are so lightweight these days, very little protection. So Salah will take the free kick. Back live again. Here come Egypt with their first real chance. A little bit on the low side. Kamal again, back into the danger zone. Free header! Over the top. It was Fati who got the header in. He looked suspiciously offside. And that's the call that's come. Linesmen today are from Angola and Mozambique. The VAR official is Mr. Hatem Gurat from Tunisia. He's not been called into action just yet. We had two major VAR decisions last night for Bamlak Tassama, the Ethiopian. He got them both 100% correct. He's got a lot of good publicity today around the world. It's Mustafa Mohammed who's down now. Little clip across the shins. Well, that was Onana making the save, but they wouldn't have counted. Offside against Hamdi Fati. Not much for the VIPs to enthuse over so far. And Gadur going forward, and another one of these clashes of heads that have been rather disturbing at this tournament so far. El Wench is the player for Egypt in some trouble, but got to be careful of the concussion issues. We did see Sadio Mane going to hospital. We saw the Cape Verde goalkeeper Voisinha get a red card for a rash challenge with the head. He was also in hospital overnight for a checkup. Let's have a look at El Wench and Gadur. Forehead on forehead, that's pretty sore. I think the Egyptian might have come off the worst. There was a powering effort there from the Cameroonian number 5. They've got this problem at centre-back, the Egyptians. Could ill afford more injuries there with Hegazi already out. While Goma in conversation with Carlos Queiroz. He's got the old earpods in. He's talking, getting some advice on the stands, I fancy. Patch-up job. Big man from Cameroon is up. Maybe feeling it a little bit, but he looks to be okay. Wench, he's in some bandage applied there, presumably a bit of blood. There's Abdel Monem. Maybe he was suggesting to the bench that they find a new shirt for El Wench. One of the rules these days is bloodied apparel must be changed. Let's see what Mr. Gassama does about that. Nervous-looking Egyptian fans, many of whom have flown in for the semi. There'll be more if they make the final, that's for sure. Well, he's having a jolly old time, that gentleman. More for the Cameroonians to enthuse over, I think, in terms of chances, but no real clear-cut opportunities. No fresh shirt here for Hamdi. He'll have to possibly change the shorts as well at half-time. I think that's been pointed out to him now. So they've stemmed the blood, and he'll be able to continue shortly. Joshua Bondo is the 4th official from Botswana. Cameroon on the attack as we head towards half-time. Semi-final with around about 90 seconds and then whatever time is added on. Excellent tournament for this young man, Abdelmoinem. Ngisa. Space to work with there and dealt with by Kamal. Fati involved too. He got a bit of a knock on the foot. Was that the knee rather? Well, he's just back from injury, Fati. Felt it there. He didn't go down immediately. He kept playing a little bit and then down he went the second time. Now Cameroon once more looking to get someone onto the end of those long balls. Ongla, still a young man, 24 years old, 13 caps for his country so far. Oh, Joshua Bondo says we've got 3 minutes added on. El Wedge. Castelletto with a strong header. Mumi. Onana gets a little bit of participation in the semi-final. A little touch with that clearance. Back with El Wench again. Fatouche on the left. Very confident player. Young man from Zamalek. Now here comes Kamal for Salah. A little bit too far ahead. It skids off a wet surface and straight into the arms of Onana. Around about 90 seconds left now. Cameroon are going to launch one more attack. This might be promising. Toko Ekambi. Abubakar's delayed any run into the area. Waiting to see what Toko Ekambi can do. Now it's gone back out again to Nuhu. They're running out of time here. Cameroon ball. Throw in. Last touch of Kamal. Toko Ekambi again. Good strong challenge from Fati. Sulaya. Mamouche has gone on the run. Good first touch from him. This might be a chance for Egypt. Excellent defensive work from Cameroon. Play on, says Mr. Gassama. Mamouche stays down. Egypt lose possession. Nuhu. And Salah gives away the free kick. We will just have a little check on Omar Mamouche, who's still down. It's the challenge with Collins Fye, who did ever so well there. Nicked it away from Mamouche. Contact made with the ball rather than the player by Cameroon. Nothing wrong with that challenge. Mr. Gassama says that's it for the first half. Cameroon and Egypt here in the semi-final of the Africa Cup of Nations. Handful of half chances for the indomitable Lions. Nothing really for Egypt. It's the first half perhaps where they are still having a look at each other and maybe keeping one or two tricks up their sleeve for later on in the game. Cameroon 0, Egypt 0 at half-time.
Watch it live on Supersport, only on DSTV.
If I buy this bully, now three can be my portion. Wait, do people like say they happen for them?
bit more impetus in this Egyptian side. Trezeguet on the left, Kamal, of course, in the starting lineup. Trezeguet came on in the final in 2017 when Cameroon beat Egypt in Libreville, the last clash between these two countries. Joshua Bondo, the fourth official, will confirm the change, and we will see the departure of Amr Sulaya from the middle of the park. That might be a little bit of a surprise. Key man alongside El Nene. Trezeguet will play a little wider, one would presume, and allow Fati now to go alongside El Nene in the middle. Trezeguet a little whipped out wide. That is the first change of the game as well. Egypt in the white, ready to get the second half underway. Are we going to settle us inside the 90, or will we be going into extra time and penalties? For the moment, very little to choose between these two teams. Second half is underway. Cameroon attacking the goal to the left, Egypt in the all-white. A place in the final against Senegal on Sunday at stake for these two countries. Frank Zambo Ngisa, playing for Napoli. He's actually on loan to the Italian club from Fulham. These English employers joined Fulham from Marseille in France. Abubakar. Trezeguet into the action. Let's see what he can contribute. Good strong run down the left-hand side. So a bit more width perhaps is the idea from Queiroz. He's got Salah on the right, Trezeguet on the left. Take on the two fullbacks, Collins, Faye and Nuhu. Trezeguet leaving Aston Villa on loan in this January transfer window. Will now be playing in Turkey for the second half of the season. Looks like Omar Mamouche to take it. Little header. It was a strong one from Mustafa Mohammed that was on target. No real problem for a goalkeeper of Onana's quality. But that is the first effort on target from Egypt in this game. A lot more positive than the change made by Queiroz at half-time. Castelletto. Gets away from Toko Ekambi. Castelletto, born in France, Italian father, Cameroonian mother. He could have played for 3 different countries had he been selected. And he's potentially one game away from continental final with Cameroon, so he's made a good choice. Played forward by Ngoye. Little touch in there from Trezeguet. Mamouche. Here's Salah now. Nuhu with a push. Frustration for Salah. He's had a couple of altercations now with the defender from the MLS. Elwench. Salah's the man he's looking for. little undercooked that, and now Toko Ekambi comes away with it. Easy interception for Fatouche. Omar Mamouche also looking to play a little bit wider on the left. El Nene. Castelletto, no real pressure on him. He had time to have a look up and think of several options. It's played out wide. Mamouche to Trezeguet. Now he'll be taking them on. Mamouche has a look up. Mustafa Mohammed wants it in the middle. Lovely skill from Mamouche. Still continues, maybe overdoes it a bit. A half chance goes a begging for Egypt. El Nene on the edge of the area. This is a lot more positive from Egypt. Omar Kamal. Toko Ekambi showing the defenders how it's done. Well, Mamouche with a nice little move there to make a bit of space for himself in the penalty area, but then he tried a little too much. Took on Collins Faye, this little jinx, and right past him, and here is where the pass should have come. And 23 the day after the final, in other words on Monday, so maybe a little youthful bravado there. Five minutes gone in the second half. Ooh, gave that away. Play on though, he did well to force the turnover. Ngisa out wide, and now here into the middle looking for Abubakar. The follow-up fired in with a lot of pace by Ngisa. Well off target. Following up here and really thumping it with all his might high into the Yaoundé night sky. Well, it's just one of those moments that you need to turn this game on its head and take the lead. Fancy one goal might be enough between these two teams to decide progress into the final. Senegal will be watching with great intent. I'm not sure they're learning all that much about their prospective opponents. Remember, it was goalless up to the 70th minute last night in the first of the semi-finals, and we ended up with 4 goals. So maybe fasten your seatbelts and hold on. Let's see what happens. El Nene. The turn. Salah now. Still Salah. Looking for an opening. That's where he's so dangerous. Getting frustrated with himself, but a lot better in the second half are the Pharaohs of Egypt. Cameroon keeping their powder dry as far as changes are concerned for the moment. They have yet to make any movement off the bench. Not quiet today, Mumi, the Swiss champion from Young Boys Bern, Champions League player in Europe this season. This was that earlier chance. Salah with a pass. Looking for Trezeguet. The idea was a good one, applauded by Carlos Queiroz. Mumi. concern in defence there, and another potential injury for the Egyptians. This time Fatouche. He's okay, ready to resume. The wench going up, Fatouche banging his head into the shoulder of his own teammate. Ooh, it whipped his whole head around. He would have felt that. He's okay, ready to resume. Mumi to take it. You can see Pierre Kunde is warming up there just behind the photographers. Out comes Abu Gabal, not all that convincing. Ngadeu. Another corner. Big Zamalek goalkeeper. High up into the sky, but not getting much of a clearance. Seemed a lot safer and potentially a lot easier just to collect that. Now the crowd sense something. Set piece opportunity for Cameroon. We've seen them dangerous from set pieces in this game previously. Evades everyone. Ongla. Oh, he's given it away. Bad error. Mo Salah. And Onana to the rescue. That was a chance. Kamikaze back pass from Ongla. And Onana rescued him. Salah looked for all money to be away. Look at this. Mo Salah saw it coming. But Andre Onana makes the decisive stop. Salah just showed a little bit too much of the ball, and he knew the moment Onana got a touch to it, the opportunity had gone. 48 goals for his country. It's his 79th cap tonight. 49 almost in the back of the net there, and how much that would have meant to him, as you've heard from him already in this tournament. Big dream of his to win trophies with Egypt. He's done so at club level. Nothing with his country. Neni with El Wench. Well, Cameroon had a little bit of a let-off there. Could have had hearts pounding all around the stadium. A horrible mistake that almost turned out to be. We won't be playing any back passes like that again, I think, young Martin Ongla. Nguye. Castelletto, he has a look up. This is Nuhu steaming down the left-hand side. Off the chest, can he get the cross in? Omar Kamal is the defender. There's the cross, only as far as El Nene, who has time to find Salah. The pass a little too strong for Trezeguet. Mumi, that's a very good block there from Fatouche. He has come into this team and just strengthened up the left-hand side of the Egyptian defence in place of Ayman Ashraf. Ngisa. Castelletto. Last touch off the head of Omar Kamal, so we'll have a Cameroonian throw in here, Toko Ekambi to take it. We are approaching the hour mark. Still looking for the first goal here. Egypt have been to penalties already in this tournament and overcome the Ivorians. Clearance from Abdul Moinem. There's lots of commitment out on the park, but far too many errors in terms of putting plays together. That's where he lost it, Mo Salah. Look at the frustration. Never mind the state of the pitch, which they're going to have to work on rather hard for Sunday's final. Castelletto does well. Ngadu at the back. His football career really took off in Germany. He actually went there to study civil engineering and then played a bit of football, and they recognise his talent. That's a good bit of defensive work from Abdul Moinem, ahead of Abu Bakr, who's been kept quiet in this game. Free kick Trezeguet. Is that a yellow? El Nene gets one for a little sarcasm. And then Unguier as well. Necessary from El Nene. Maybe taking one for the team. Unguier. Trezeguet's up and ready to resume. The Egyptians looking at more changes now. Maybe sensing there's something on. We've got Ramadan Sobi standing by to come on. He's a tricky winger, of course. Played a little bit in the Premier League when Stoke City was still up in the top flights. Was with Huddersfield Town as well when they were in the Premier League. Maybe Sobi's trickery can force an error out of the defence. Now, the biting of the Egyptians sees possession with Salah. Good ball inside for El Nene. Can he keep it in play? Across the face of goal. Looking for Fatou, and he was pushing into the back of the Cameroonians. So we will have a free kick here for the home country. Chance for a change. Work from El Nene to keep it alive. Maybe his teammates didn't have the requisite confidence. Mamouche goes off, and then right little opportunity a little earlier on in the second half. Ramadan Sobi plays with Pyramids these days, was previously with Al Ahly. A little adventure in England that certainly didn't work out for him. He's still only 25. Egypt beating the Ivory Coast on penalties in 2006 in Cairo, last home nation to win the Africa Cup of Nations. 2004, the preceding tournament, Tunisia won at home as well. And before that, 96, South Africa over Tunisia in the final. It's not a common occurrence, host nations taking it. Since the Egyptian victory in 2006, we've had Ghana hosting, we've had Angola, we had the joint hosting between Gabon and Equatorial Guinea, South Africa in 2013, Equatorial Guinea again in 2015. The tournament was supposed to be in Morocco. 2017 Gabon, 2019 Egypt, they were the hot favourites on home soil, got knocked out in the round of 16. Will Cameroon buck that trend? Let's see. Salah. Not making as much headway down the flanks as they did earlier on in the game. Mumi in particular today, nothing like he's been up to now in this tournament. Some games incredibly effective for Cameroon. Today a little on the quiet side. 25 minutes to go though, plenty of time to make an impact. There's Trezeguet now. Inside, taken by Sorbi. Cross coming over in search of Mustafa Mohamed. That's a foul. He's been in the wars in this game, the big centre-back. Fairly good spirit this game has been played in, maybe in contrast to the real niggly affair we saw between Egypt and Morocco at the weekend in the quarterfinals. Egypt had a tremendous second half there to win the game. Little spark from Salah. We wait for ignition here from the little maestro from Liverpool. Castelletto finds Anguissa. Anguissa again. Nuhu. Toko Ekambi. Nuhu. Now Mumi. Two defenders on him. Kamal is there. And so Abdelmonem, who went in perhaps a little too strongly, is given away the free kick. Chance for Cameroon on the set piece, which means the big men will come forward. Any complaints there from Abdelmonem, who's nowhere near the ball. Pensive looking Carlos Queiroz. Is his side going to get the better of the home team? Mumi to take it. The numbers are in there. The little signals come in as well. Is it going to be low and hard towards the near post? Little flick on! Abu Gabal with a save on the line. That was the idea. And executed perfectly there with Toko Ekambi getting the flick on. Something they've been working on in training over the last few days ahead of this match. Not much time for rest and recovery ahead of the final for whoever wins tonight. Remember, Senegal have got a 24-hour march on them in terms of being ready for the big match. They would have done recovery today, recuperation. We'll have a session on the field tomorrow and pre-match on Saturday. The winner of this will likely only do rest and recovery tomorrow, and then have one session ahead of the final. With tired bodies towards the end of a month's worth of intense football action, but of course mentally will be highly motivated for the final, whoever gets there. Unguye, Ngisa, Castelletto for Cameroon, still looking for the opening. The two midfielders, now Ngisa, needs it on his right foot, tries it with the left, didn't get any power on it. Long range shot, oh my word! An effort from some distance out, and Abu Gabar looks to have hurt himself again. This was that earlier chance for Ngisa. Egypt then cleared it, came back with interest. The clearance from El Wench. Have a look at this for a drive. Wow. The goalkeeper is in a little bit of trouble now. That injury they were hoping would go away. It's going to be troubling him. The little earlier flick on here for Toko Ekambi, that was close. Stop on the line. Not the most convincing of goalkeepers, you must add, but he's certainly a character. Wears his heart on his sleeve. And a lot more of that magic spray. Mohamed Sobi's out again with Al Hadri. Essam Al Hadri, what a glorious career he had, including playing at the World Cup in Russia. Just 4 years ago when he was 44. He looks a sprightly 48 now. Oh, the crowd are still murmuring after that long-range effort. And Guisa, and it's dropped out here, and then suddenly the shot shaved the upright. That would have been a marvellous, marvellous goal, worthy of winning any cup tie, never mind a semi-final of a continental championship. Over 100 games now for Egypt at Africa Cup of Nations finals, 7 trophies. The last one in Angola in 2010, they won in Luanda. Late winner against the Black Stars. And they failed to qualify for 2 successive tournaments. Only were back in 2015. Now, looking for Salah. El Nene. Toko Ekambi. Not much to choose between these two countries. Cameroon perhaps just shading it in terms of chances created, chances taken. And Egypt looking a little brighter in the second half, it must be said. Kamal will knock this forward. No real impact so far from Ramadan Sobi. Crowd are getting a little restless now. Want something from this Cameroonian side. Decision against Cameroon. Carlos Queiroz, much the bolder of the two coaches, maybe needs to be in terms of changes here. See what sort of impact he can force on this game. Mohamed Lashin is the next player standing by to come on. He plays for the El Gaish club. Hasn't participated at this tournament yet, but did play at the Arab Cup in Qatar last month. Carlos Queiroz would have seen his ability there. Toko Ekambi. Just over 50 minutes to go, looking for the 1-2, that didn't work out. Well, Egypt continue to look for options off the bench. Knocking this into touch as well, they'll need some attention. I think it's Fatu on that left-hand side. And we can make that change now as well with Lashin. Might be some cramp. Ongla getting instructions there. Conceição looking for more players to come and have a little chat here. They got the notepad out. The French is not all that great for the Portuguese coach. He does try, but much more comfortable in his own language, which of course is not a language that many of these Cameroonian players are conversant in. Abu Bakr has a bit of Portuguese from his time at Porto. This was that long-range shot again from Munguye. Just shaving the outside of the uprights. Another change as well for Egypt, so they're going to throw everything on now, try and sort it out inside the 90. Imam Ashur is the other player standing by to come on. Another Zamalek man. These are two players who haven't had a chance in this tournament so far, who are about to be thrown on in the semi-finals, Lashin and Ashur. Salah. I don't think they'll be taking him off. They know that he's quite capable of a moment of genius any given time. Don't take the joker off when it's in your hand. Al-Nene. Kamal. Played forward by Sobi, doesn't find Salah. Cameroon finally are looking to also make a change. Siliki's coming on. James Lee Siliki, who's been a regular as a second half sub, plays for Middlesbrough in the Championship in England. That's going to go all the way to Sobi here. Finds Salah. Doesn't find Sobi the return ball. Well, they are the two creative geniuses that Egypt have at their disposal. Sobi perhaps regarded in higher esteem when he was a junior than Salah, but Salah's proven it at the top level of the game. Sobi is not lived up to those early expectations. He's a good 4 years younger than Salah. So first change for Cameroon, and it'll be Ungoye who goes off. Like for like in the midfield. Last contribution from him was to shave the outside of the post for Cameroon, who's done his bits. Not as creative today as we saw against Gambia, where he really did run the team from all over the park. Siliki on, he's moved to Middlesbrough at the start of the season from Rennes in France. That's against Egypt, against Sobi. He gets a helping hand from Carlos Queiroz. Right up against the touchline, the Egypt coach, if he could, he certainly would like to participate. Now, dragged back in here to the danger zone, and the first effort from Siliki is a complete fresh air. He was perhaps impeded by his own man, Ngisa. The way to start. Trezeguet slips as he played that ball in, so Cameroon giving it away here to El Nene. His contract at Arsenal comes to an end at the end of the season. He'll probably be on the move. Sobi looking for Salah. Kamal. Still the fullback, Ramadan Sobi. Fati in the midfield, looks a little tired now. He's freshly back from injury and hasn't had much game time in this tournament so far. Alongside El Nene in the heart of the defensive midfield operation. Here he is again. Nothing given there. Nicks that away. Throw in Egypt. Feisty little character. And they're the two keepers who might yet be used. You're going to have to get a forklift truck to take Abu Gabal off, though. He's so determined to stay on and contribute to his country's cause. Eight minutes now to the end of the 90. Are we going to have a late winner here? Angisa gets it back here. Toko Ekambi on the outside of the boots. The shot from Collins 5 was a clever one too. Trying to curl it in. Abu Gabal really have to worry too much. There was no real power in that. Foul against Mustafa Mohammed. Caught him regularly in possession, Mumi, and almost discouraged him from his runs with those little knocks around the ankle. He's been in some pain in the second half in particular. Now let's see what Cameroon can do here. This is Mumi, gets away from him. He's tired. Wasn't the best of passes from Collins Fye anyway. Seems almost inevitable. This game is heading to an extra 30 minutes. Castelletto. Back to Onana. Got to be careful they don't make any mistakes here and give it all away. El Neni. Egypt, by the way, were the last country to win in Yaoundé. It was a friendly back in 1992. It was a makeshift Cameroonian side. They'd just come back from a tour of South Africa, inaugurating South Africa back into international football, and they played 2 friendlies against Egypt, losing 1-0 in Douala and 1-0 in Yaoundé. That can't really be considered top-class international at home. You've got to go back in Yaoundé to 1973, a World Cup qualifier against the then Zaire. That was the last time Cameroon lost a competitive match in this city. An absolutely incredible record, almost a half-century. So here come those 2 changes, Imam Ashur and Mohamed Lashin. Kamal is off. He's taken Ashur's place through the tournament, and Lashin, I think, will be coming in for El Neni. Nice sporting handshake there from Abu Bakr. He knows the quality of El Neni. So a new man in the middle and a new man on the right, and here's Clinton Nji for Cameroon. And he will go wide in place of Nicolas Moumi. Crowd don't like the call, or perhaps I'm misreading it, and they're very happy to see Clinton Nji, who was on the bench in 2017 when they won the Cup of Nations final against Egypt. Played for Tottenham. Didn't have a happy time in the Premier League. Was with Marseille and is now playing Dynamo Moscow. These changes perhaps with an eye on extra time. Still battling away, El Wench. Sobi looking for Salah. Was he pushed off the ball? Cameroon ball. And Gado, what a magnificent defender he's been in this tournament. Like a rock at the back. Now, Coach Queiroz, too close to play, gets a yellow card. I'm right in saying his second yellow in this tournament. We'd have to see whether he might not be allowed to sit on the bench should they make it to the final. His assistant Roger Desar is banned for 4 games. He won't be able to sit there either. They might have to hand it over to Wild Guma to run things. The team manager, who's more on the administrative than the coaching side. Check when Queiroz did get a yellow, but if it was in the group phases, then he'll be okay for the final. In the meantime, Egypt with 2 minutes to play in the 90, looking to seal it here in the closing stages, perhaps. Is this the chance? Little ball here looking for Salah. Gadou clears it away. Errant throw from the Egyptians, from Fatou. There's Samuel Nguye, who's done his part. Interaction there, Carlos Queiroz with the players. The opposing team is what the referee did not like, and the reason why he picked up the yellow. Elwench. Nuhu. G. Left-sided winger. Lots of trickery. You have to be careful about him. That's nicely done. Here come the Egyptians. Sobi. Now it's getting a little testy. Sobi and Nuhu. Red card for Carlos Queiroz. He will miss the deciding game. Unnecessary from the coach. He has been flirting with danger. He's been on the touchline. What's he want to fight with the fourth official for? The Egyptian coach is sent off Abu Bakr, suggesting to him, let's be a little dignified. No final for Carlos Queiroz. He and his assistant Roger Nassar in the stands. And Egypt now run by proxy. Well, temper's boiling over on the touchline more than on the field. 4 minutes of stoppage time added on here. Too strong. What sort of elbow did Carlos Queiroz get here, protesting on the fourth official? There's the red, the second yellow and the red. And then the altercation really kicked off. But he'd been booked just a few minutes earlier for consistent moaning from the touchline. Almost stealing the show over the last 5 minutes. Checking on Castelletto, it's sportingly done by Trezeguet. Here come the Egyptians in these closing stages. They are capable of stealing things at the death. They've got a reputation for finding that moment of magic just when it matters. Well, we see it now with just 2 minutes to go. Ahmed Zizou is standing by to come on. Nervous bench. Corner kick. And headed away from Abu Bakr. Leading by example, the skipper. Back in again for Sobi. Fatou. It's been given Egypt's way. Not sure Trezeguet believed that would happen. This is a nervous Samuel Eto'o. He knows what Egypt can do in the closing stages of a match. 1 minute to go in stoppage time here. And if they are going to steal something at the death, they've got to get this ball forward. Here's Abu Gabal. On one, Castelletto. Second ball for the Egyptians. Trezeguet. Still Trezeguet. Trezeguet with a shot! Well wide. And 30 seconds remain. Never going to trouble Onana from that range. You need something special to beat this top quality Cameroonian goalkeeper. Amongst the best on the continent. Perhaps number 2 behind Edouard Mendy. Well, there's a yellow card here as well. That's Wael Guma. Well, the end of the 90 signalled by Bakari Gassama from Gambia. The two sides deadlocked. And we are headed to extra time. Cameroon 0, Egypt 0. Well, the protests continue from Mohamed Salah. He might land himself in trouble as well. Fourth official, Mr. Bondo, is the peacemaker. And the Egyptian officials all being sent away by the referee, who's had to deal with a lot of nonsense from the bench, to be honest. Not too many problems on the pitch, but certainly the Egyptians have lost Carlos Queiroz. Cameroon might have the upper hand now as we head into extra time, but on the field chances still few and far between, and these two sides with a chance for a short break before we go into extra time in the 30 minutes thereof.
Oh, did you see this coming, Gavin? You did say, though, second half much more improved in terms of the offense from Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt will play better now. They've got a bit of fire in their belly. They might run out of coaches. The kit man might coach them soon. Or the physio.
Coach them, yeah.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's the game's come alive a little bit at the end here now, so hopefully we can have a good extra time, you know, because we do really need a goal here. You know.
You did say it was going to be very narrow, but you know, Cameroon now will be thinking about their previous chances, especially in that first half. Should have made better use of them.
Exactly. I mean, when you're dominating games, you should make it count. You know, you have to be ruthless and key teams off when you have advantage. You know, and they didn't do that, and the Egyptian team grew in the second half, played a lot better. They were pressing higher. And the introduction of Trezeguet, I think, made a lot of difference there, and they looked a better team in the second.
Yeah, that's the difference that you mentioned. And he certainly did make a huge difference when he was brought on, Trezeguet.
Yeah, he came in there and he's just operating just behind Salah, which gives them a bit of options, a bit of mobility in the final third. But I think now they're faced with a different dynamic. There's no coach on the bench. There's no assistant coach. It looks like Salah's taken over there. So that's certainly going to impact who makes changes, who makes tactical changes. So a little bit difficult for the Pharaohs now because of ill discipline.
Yep, ill discipline, but if there's a team that knows how to, you know, really come out of a difficult situation, having to go into extra time, having to push themselves, it's the Pharaohs. They experienced it in their previous two games, and here it goes again.
So welcome back, everyone. We're about to have the toss of the coin for the start of extra time. Nervous fans here. So Toko Ekambi, he has a couple of good first half chances, fairly anonymous in the second. Nana, not much to do either. There are the two captains, Salah and Abu Bakr. Salah had a long discourse with referee Gassama at the end of the 90 minutes. Didn't end terribly well. The rather sullen looking skipper. So let's see what 30 additional minutes might add to this encounter. Few chances, very cagey affair, and overshadowed a little bit by the histrionics on the side of the pitch. First foul in favour of Cameroon. Down goes Toko Ekambi. Referee's going to have a little word with Fatu there. Well, to be fair, he got double teamed a little bit with Hamdi Fati too. So when they move the big men forward, there's always the opportunity here for Cameroon. Set piece at the start of extra time to be delivered by Silike, and this could go all the way onto the roof of the net. And I'm not sure he meant it, but for a moment there was certainly some danger posed here to the Egyptians. Abu Gabal clambering back into position, and rather relieved to see that onto the roof of the net. A chance to clear his lines. Let's see what Trezeguet can do. Fatu. Trezeguet, good defensive work from Cameroon. Castelletto will knock this forward. El Wench. Again, neither side able to hold on to possession for terribly long. Here's Mo Salah. Easily picked off by Castelletto. Yashin on the park along with Ashur. Those two late changes made by the Egyptians. Two new players as far as this tournament is concerned. Thrown into the deep end. Well, we do expect there'll be some tired bodies out there now. It's been a long tournament. Remember, in extra time, this is the second time for Egypt in this tournament. Cameroon have not had to go the extra mile so far. Perhaps a lot easier in the knockout phase for them against the Comoros and Gambia. We'll see who are the fitter. But the potential for mistakes now very much on the cards. Here's Sobi. Sobi again, left-footed effort, looking for a handball. He was the only one really interested. Nice first touch from Nji. Good defensive work too from Ashur. That's excellent football. Egypt's standing coach at the bottom of your screen, Dael Said. He was with the under-20 team at the World Championships in Colombia when Salah and Nene were bright prospects when they were bought by the Swiss club Basel. Played for Al Ahly. He was the defender in the Cairo club. Cameroon will be pleased to tell you they've still got their coaching staff available. Yeah. Now it's Trezeguet into the area. Left-footed shot. The Mully. Christian Bassagog standing by to come on. One of the heroes of the 2017 success. Trezeguet to come and take it. In the meantime, little injury hold up again. And, looks like Castelletto is battling a little bit. Fancy that might have been a knock a bit earlier on. 5 minutes gone. Well, Bassagog was ready to come on, and it's just delayed for the moment. Might be making a defensive change because Castelletto would need, if he needs to go off, would have to be replaced, and the obvious man to do that is that big imposing figure of Mukudi, number 4, Harold Mukudi, French-born, who plays for Saint-Etienne. He does not look in the best condition there, Castelletto. Perhaps the suggestion is that his race might be run. So they're down to 10 for the moment as Egypt take this corner kick. Let's see what Trezeguet can do. Towards the near post. Driven back towards Trezeguet. Cuts inside, showed a bit too much there. Neatly done by Faye. He now looks to go cross field. Looking for Ng. Dealt with by Ashur, who's coming on the right-hand side for Omar Kamal. Looking for Salah, didn't find him. Good interception. Fatu. Up to Mustafa Mohammed, he's always full of running. Battling here, no way through. Oh, he's a man mountain at the back there. Ngadir. So Bassagog and Mukudi. There is defender El Said, Mohamed Shauki there as well on the bench and the coaching staff for the Egyptians. Many years of experience at club and international level. Choupo-Moting didn't get a chance in the previous game. Bassagog will be coming on for Toko Ekambi, and Mukudi, of course, is on for the injured Castelletto. I think Mukudi must wait his turn. Then he's running today, Toko Ekambi, industrious, particularly in the first half. Bassagog brings lots of experience. Player of the tournament in 2017. So will those changes make the difference? Now Castelletto, perhaps the realization that if they do get to the final, he might miss it through injury. Looks absolutely devastated. Confirmation of those substitutions, and particularly interesting will be to see what Christian Bassagog can do up front. Plays his club football in China. Mukudi still only 24. I'm going to feel sorry for Castelletto. There's the ball all the way through to Abou Gabal for a goalkeeper who's obviously in some distress. Cameroon have not tested him at all, really. Long-range effort in the second half was as much as he had to deal with. Well, he was the hero in the shootout against the Ivorians. But with that injury, will he be able to launch himself into penalty saves should this go to a shootout? That remains to be seen. Yes, Salah! Salah! Wide of Onana's goal. Hadri, also part of the coaching staff. Well, you just need to give Salah one or two of those little half chances and he will punish you. 10 minutes gone in extra time, another 20 to go, then penalties to decide who plays Senegal in the final on Sunday at the Olembe Stadium. So close now. You think of the host nations in recent tournaments that have gone out. South Africa in 2013 in the quarterfinals to Mali. Gabon with Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang missing the vital penalty in the quarters back in 2017. The pressure weighs heavily on a home team in front of an expectant home crowd when they go into the shootout. It's a massive pressure for players to deal with. Abu Bakr. Ngisa. Fai. Ongla now. Perhaps not as commanding in the middle as we've seen in previous matches, but a very fine talent for Cameroon. Chase is on, yeah. Good square ball, no one there to meet it. Abu Bakr, no goals in the last match. Unable to add to the 6 that he scored in the tournament so far. Well, it's a lot easier when you're in the crowd, but when you've got a good 100 minutes under your belt in a game of this intensity, sometimes your positioning is not perfect. And you're not going to chase every cause either. Still goalless, Egypt forward. Fatih, lovely ball here, surely a chance now for the Egyptians. A cross from Mustafa Mohamed. Didn't find Trezeguet, foul by Salah. What a glorious chance. Was it offside? Tight call. Flag would only have gone up once the whole movement has been completed, but it stays down there. And then once Salah committed the foul, then it went up. And that might not have counted on VAR if they'd looked at it again, but just a little indication of how dangerous the Egyptians can be. Siliki, first change for Cameroon, has really made a little bit of an impact. Basagok, haven't seen much of him yet since he's come on. Busy player. Mukudi at the back. Neatly done. Machine, one of the players brought on in this game. It's been a very heavy pitch here for the teams to deal with. Some of the changes for Egypt perhaps demanding an eye on the conditions as well as on the tactics. Salah for Sorby. Clinton NG is going to keep us in play. Now, early ball across. Abu Gabal does not collect it comfortably. And in the end, a little bit of a rescue there from Mohamed Fati. Collins Fai. Basagog onto the left foot. Back to Fai. Half time. Exhausted, absolutely exhausted are these players. This heavy surface is really sucking the energy out of them. In from G, the goalkeeper made a real hash of this. Coming to the rescue there was Hamdi Fati. That might have been something that Samuel Eto'o would have snapped up. Thumbs up from El Hadri. That's more a confidence builder than an actual well done in that situation, because it wasn't. So, end of the first half of extra time. Cameroon and Egypt goalless. There'll be a brief break, and then they'll be back in action. Well, it really is do or die stuff now at the Africa Cup of Nations for Cameroon and Egypt. The last 15 minutes on the field, and then the possibility of a penalty shootout. One more change here for the Egyptians before the start of the final 15 minutes. And again, a new face as far as the tournament is concerned. Mohamed Sharif, who has been battling with injury, gets an opportunity now. Another player who competed at the Arab Cup, involved in the game against Nigeria, and Guinea-Bissau on the Ivory Coast, now to replace Mustafa Mohamed in these closing stages. Al Ahly player on for Zamalek man, now with Galatasaray in Egypt departs. So last throw of the dice from Carlos Queiroz in the stands. And another attacking player too. We'll try and see if they can sort this out before the lottery of the penalty. So Mr. Gassama to get matters underway. 2 World Cups for him in his career, and on course for Qatar at the end of the year. One of the top referees in Africa. The Egyptians might not see it that way at the moment, but he's got a great track record. So the crowd have found some voice. Will they spur Cameroon on here in these closing stages? Abubakar, cut out. Here's Sobi. Salah. Ball into the danger zone. Good cover defence provided by Mukudi. Out came Onana quickly as well. We're heading off to Inter Milan, the goalkeeper. Went with a private jet to Milan on the eve of this tournament, just for a medical and a contract signing, and was back in Cameroon a couple of days later during the build-up in the week before the tournament started, signing from Ajax Amsterdam. His contract runs out at the end of the season with the Dutch club. Abou Gabal to collect from Fati. Now Cameroon also with some changes. We'll look-see, it's Onana, the player from Bordeaux, who almost missed this tournament, injured, arrived here with his tournament in doubt. They took a chance on him recovering in time and getting an opportunity, and Jean Onana looks as if he might yet play. He had some time off the bench against the Comoros and the Cape Verde. 22-year-old midfielder from Yaoundé, now playing in the top flight in France, standing by to come on. There he is at the bottom of the screen, Jean Onana, eager to enter the fray. In the meantime, El Wench gets this forward, well over the head of Trezeguet, so yeah, we can make that change now. Ongla will be going off. Onana's made a great recovery and had an opportunity to participate when they were certainly thinking of making an injury-enforced change before the start of the tournament. You can name your squad. You have to do so 10 days before the tournament starts, but any serious injuries that can be medically proven, you're allowed to make those changes before your first game. Once you've played your first game, whoever you've picked, that's the way it stays. And if there are injuries after that, no more changes allowed. Shot here, takes a deflection over the top. All right, smile there from Abou Gabal. That was the shot on target, and in the end, Abdul Moinem, he got away with it. Oh, Siliki to take the set piece. Cameroonian fans are as nervous as the players are. It's a good high one. It's off the head of Trezeguet, and it's going to be another corner. Oh, the big men are there. Forward. Proven a bit of a menace in the set pieces, and Egypt have not looked convincing defending them. Right from the first half. So is this the opportunity now? Looking to steal that away at the corner. We get on with matters again. Mukudi is a big presence in there. Ngade, Ngisa. Chance for Cameroon. Set piece is curled. Header away from Trezeguet. Bassagog dispossessed. Now the counter-attack opportunity. Chases on for Ashur. The ball does hold up a little bit in this really thick surface, heavy surface. Ashur playing it short to Salah. Now Salah. Well, some nice work from Nuhu. The frustration of Mo Salah continues, but the fullback from Seattle Sounders has done a good job tonight on a former African Footballer of the Year. 111 minutes gone. Basagog playing it back. Mukudi. He drives it back onto the left-hand side of the attack. Ngisa still finding some energy. Well, the real winner of this is going to be Senegal, because not only have they got 24 hours more to prepare for the final, 24 hours more to rest, perhaps is more pertinent, but they'll be up against a side who would have gone through 2 hours of football, plus all the potential mental anguish of a penalty shootout to get to the final, be it Egypt or Cameroon. That's going to be sitting well with the Senegalese at the moment. They'll be liking what they're seeing down there in the pitch at the Olembe Stadium. Coach Al Said, the instructions are coming by walkie-talkie now. They were using the mobile phone with the ear pods a little earlier. Maybe the sound is not that great, and instructions from the stands. No Salah running things out on the pitch. Fati's going to knock this all the way back to the goalkeeper. Start the build up again. Coming close now to 2 full hours of football. Now they're going to be sharp. On alert is the Cameroon defence. Ashur will take the throw in. And Swobi went the one way and the ball the other. Cameroon can launch from deep in their own half. A little burst of energy from the indomitable Lions. Nuhu, what an excellent game he's had. Looking for the return pass from Vincent Aboubakar. Now the danger man on the edge of the area. Gets away from Nuhu. That was perhaps a chance. Salah at the other end. Salah chasing. Oh, Nana will get there first, and he almost gives it away. Anxious moments. Egypt getting numbers back behind the ball very quickly. First concern for them is to take this to the end of extra time without any scares. Handball claim. The crowd are perhaps the most vocal. Mukudi. Foul against Fatu. This was Collins Fire, the earlier claim. He and the crowd, no one else really. Oh, that's well done from El Wench. Remember, a couple of games out with injury, back on the field, and 120 minutes required of him, despite the head injury picked up in the first half. Still the game continues. Everyone's now off the bench. Doesn't look as if Choupo-Moting's going to get a chance for a second game now. The Bayern Munich man, you would have thought he would have been in the starting lineup from the beginning of the tournament, but it's been Abu Bakr and Toko Ekambi. And Samuel Eto'o still looking fit and healthy. There is no one sitting down now. So close. You wonder how many of them are going to be able to bear to watch the penalty shootout that now looms rather large. This is Lachine. My man of the match, Nuhu, today. I wonder who's going to get that trophy. Being picked by the technical study group who deliver a report at the end of the tournament on all the tactics and formations and preparations and how the tournament played out on the field. Trezeguet. Play on. There come Cameroon now, with time running out. Trezeguet gets it back. Referee says play on. Egypt launched the counter. Where's Fatu finding the energy from? Zizou is going to come on. He's going to be replacing Mohamed Sharif, who's only been on for a relatively short time in this game. That's a strange call from Egypt. Probably to do with the penalty kicks more than anything else. Or that Sharif suffer a recurrence of the injury that's restricted his opportunities in this game. I'm not sure that's the case. Maybe Zizou is the lucky charm in the closing stages. Yes, Sobi now. Sobi past one defender. Chance! Oh, that was a magnificent opportunity with 2 minutes to go. Across the face of goal. That's what Ramadan Sobi can do. He's got buckets loads of talent, this man. Really not realised his potential, but how close was that? Just needed a touch from somebody. Might have woken up Cameroon here in these closing stages. A well away from El Wench. Well, are they settling for penalties now, Cameroon? A minute to go. Rather safe than sorry, perhaps, is the decision here from the host nation. We have had 119 minutes of this game. We've got another minute left in extra time. Well, Sharif, I think, looks rather distraught about the fact that he was taken off. Really want any of the consolation offered by his teammates, and looks to be in tears there. Might have to do with injury though, not so much the decision to take him off the field. Just a matter of seconds and then we'll know how much time is added on by Mr. Gassama. There is no rush from either side to conclude this game with any risk-taking. Looks as if we are bound now for the drama of the penalty shootout. Just a minute. Single minute of football and then the penalties the cruel way of deciding a place in the final of the Africa Cup of Nations. Egypt got to the final in 2017 ahead of Burkina Faso in similar fashion. And there'll be a few players who remember that with affection. Now, maybe these closing stages could deliver us a goal and save us from those penalties. Ashore for Sobi, for Salah, and defenders all over him. That's it, all over. 2 hours of football, no goals at the Olembe Stadium. A tough game in really hard conditions. This might well have won it for Egypt. The super talent of Ramadan Sobi. The right-footed cross, looking for anybody to get a touch. There were 3 of them in there. How did they miss that chance? That might well be the big one. The distress on the face of Samuel Eto'o. End of extra time here. Cameroon 0, Egypt 0. We'll be back shortly with a penalty shootout.
Dramatic end. Do you think that this is a fitting end to this match when, if you look at the game holistically?
Yeah, it looked like Egypt was going to steal it at the end, and they certainly had that opportunity after some brilliant work there from Sobi, but it wasn't to be, and I think it's a fair result. I think a draw. I don't think anybody really deserved. Cameroon started off nice and bright first 20 minutes, yeah, but I think everything equal so far. I think nobody deserved to win.
I always say big tournaments come down to set plays. You'll see even World Cups, it's either penalty or corner kicks or free kicks, and here we go again. So, you know, who's got the nerve? You know, I like the goalkeeper of Egypt. You know, he's done well. So I just feel that it's going to be a tight. Can go anywhere this game.
It really could. And this was the one that we said Cameroon finally are really going to be tested, and they were. Such a tactical encounter.
Well, yes, I mean, they were a bit exposed today, you know. They only played good 20 minutes and managed to hang in there. We knew it was going to be close, you know, and I mean, any team can win it now, but they've shown us how good both teams are tactically, you know, and I think they executed their game plan very well today.
And now for the 3rd consecutive game, Egypt really pushed, having to go the distance.
Well, that's why I say, you know, whoever gets through here, I think, if Egypt get through, I think they'll struggle, certainly in the final. But I just thought the turnover of the ball tonight was poor from both sides. Loss of possession so easily. The pitch looked really slippery and wet, but it was the quality wasn't really good enough tonight. I thought, you know, it should have been better. But they're down to this now, and, you know, anybody can win this game.
Yeah, and we're starting to see tied legs, right, from both.
Yeah, it became very scrappy there, but it's down to this. Who can hold their nerve? We always say we can't practice penalties. It comes up to the big players, and you want people to step up, and certainly the Abubakar will be stepping up to the plate. He's slotted 2 penalties already for this tournament, so he'll be up there. Another one there. He's going to be pivotal, the goalkeeper. They had a solid game coming in.
Going to be pivotal. Both sets of goalkeepers. There we go. It's do or die now for Cameroon and Egypt. Into penalties we go.
Whole support posse there of goalkeepers and goalkeeper coaches. And Mohamed Salah with some words here for his teammates, while Guma leading things from the bench with Carlos Queiroz sent to the stands. Well, there is the FIFA president who will watch the shootout, presumably stay on for the final on Sunday as well. The big drama ready to unfold at the Olembe Stadium. And the two captains to decide who kicks first. Sometimes that is seen as a massive plus. No, yet again. To save. So that means he wants Cameroon to kick first if he wins the toss. So Cameroon are going to take the first kick. Interesting that Egypt see taking the second kick as more positive. El Shenene in discussion with Abu Gabal. The first choice goalkeeper injured. The second choice goalkeeper battling with injury. Big game today from Zambo Ngisa. No problem, says Chopper Moting. You'll do the business. There's Onana, big responsibility for him. What a big goalkeeper he is, though. He's a man made for the big occasion. And after all of those months out serving his drugs ban, he's got a chance now to put it all behind him and to go on and help his country win a place in the final. Egypt beat the Ivory Coast 5-4 on penalties when they met in the round of 16. All 5 converted by the Egyptians, and Abu Gabal making the save from Eric Bailly that proved the difference. The usual talk about moving off the pitch. Goalkeepers know it well. Not that we've seen any penalties brought back for obvious movement off the field, or off the line, I should say. Abu Bakr will take the first penalty for Cameroon. The skipper, with 6 goals in this tournament, leading by example. And he's tucked a few penalties away as well. You remember the opening game, how long ago that was now, against Burkina Faso at this very stadium. 2 penalties in the first half to turn the game around after Burkina had taken the lead. Vincent Abu Bakr against Abu Gabal. First penalty for Cameroon. The drama begins, expertly stuck away by the skipper. Now, that's the way for you to follow. He will tell his boys. Nervy faces there. The pecking order or the kicking order will have been decided. But those who are knocked down for the first 5 know there is the possibility they might still be called upon. Zizou brought on for penalties, it would seem, in the closing stages. Young man from Zamalek. Big responsibility here. Up against Onana. Zizou sends Onana the wrong way. That's very confidently done. Not much chance in these shootouts for goalkeepers if you keep your nerve. Zizou certainly got Onana committed there. He moved the one way, and the young striker the other way. Teammates like it. He took the first one against the Ivorians as well. They might have their set order, although El Sulaya and Kamal have gone off. Mukudi came on for the injured Castelletto. Big responsibility for a 24-year-old defender. Up against Abu Gabal. It's saved. Not enough of a run-up from Mukudi. Is that going to prove the difference? Yannick Noah's in the crowd. He can hardly look. Well, it was hit far too close to the goalkeeper. Not much of a run-up either. The stress all over that lady's face, and understandably so too. Abdelmonem successfully converted against the Ivorians, called upon to do so again against Onana. Chance for Egypt to go into the lead here. Abdelmonem against Onana, and again the goalkeeper goes the wrong way. Well, the Egyptians are in the lead, finally. What a tournament he's had. Came on in the first, after the first game, after El Wench was injured. Came on at half-time. In the second match, I should say, the one against Guinea-Bissau, and hasn't looked back since. Siliki now, also on as a substitute. The lead with Egypt. Cameroon's third kick. It is saved! Well, are they going out, the host nation here? Another brilliant save by Abu Gabal. 2 in a row now. Picked the right way, got a hand up. And Cameroon have got 1 out of 3. Is the dream dying here in the penalty shootout? Chance for Egypt to go 3-1 ahead and move 1 kick away from a place in the final. Lachine to take it. Looking to make it 3 out of 3 and have a 2-goal advantage. Egypt are further in the lead, closer to the final. Is it Salah against Mane on Sunday? If Cameroon do not score now, it'll be all over. 3 kicks taken, 3 out of 3 for Egypt, 1 out of 3 for the Cameroonians. Clinton Ng. Siliki can barely look. It might be all over here for the Indomitable Lions if they miss this one. A last prayer from Onana. Will it be enough? Tony Conceição, he's come so close. Oh, it's all over. He misses. Cameroon are out. Egypt are through to the final. They've won 3-1 on penalties after a goalless draw at the end of 120 minutes. And Mo Salah did not even need to take a kick. Egypt will play the final on Sunday without a coach, of course, but there will be no host nation in the deciding match yet again. Another Cup of Nations where the home country does not make the final. Tears in the crowd, tears on the pitch, devastation for Cameroon. And it is Egypt who will play Senegal. Remember, the 2 countries will meet as well in March in the World Cup qualifiers. What a sensational final it's going to be. But what devastation here. Abu Gabal is again the hero. As the Pharaohs are on course for a record-extending 8th Africa Cup of Nations title. They're in the final again. The country who cannot stop winning. You've got to feel sorry for Tony Conceição. Carlos Queiroz onto the pitch to celebrate with his players. Well, he got sent off. He won't take any part in the final, but that's the first Continental Championship that he's made all the way to the final. And the celebration with his players and his coaching staff. So progress for Egypt, devastation for Cameroon. The final score here is a 3-1 victory on penalties after a goalless draw. The hosts are out. The Pharaohs play Senegal in the final.
Well, Cameroon's great run comes to an end. The Indomitable Lions beaten at home, and that dream to win the title, get to the final and win the title for the people of Cameroon on home soil is over. The dream comes to an end, and the most experienced team at the Africa Cup of Nations now through to another final and an opportunity to make it a record extending 8 titles. It's all about the experience ultimately.
Yeah, look, we got to learn, we got to take something from these Egyptians, the way they do it every year. They might not have the best teams, or the best players, but they get it done somehow, and to get to, how many, 8, they could win 8, it's like an unbelievable record. I said it from the start, I didn't think Cameroon they're not a bad side, but I think they were good enough to win it. But they looked a little bit sluggish, and the longer the game went on, I thought Egypt got better and better, and I think maybe it's a just reward that they won this game.
Definitely. Even though they weren't that convincing when they started the campaign, they did enough just to keep on progressing, just enough. It's almost like saving the best for last, and one can only imagine the kind of performance they're going to put out in the final on Sunday.
Yeah, not convincing at all. And we did mention it at the start of the game that they were not tested, came up against Ethiopia, Cape Verde, Comoros, Gambia. And here we have Gavin Hunt's man of the match. He was singing his praises all evening, and he definitely deserved it. Stepped up and spotted a penalty as well.
Yeah, you couldn't stop waxing lyrical about his performance tonight.
He couldn't get a kick. I thought he was good, and he was calm out the back. They got one for the future. It just shows you the chance comes. Ghazi was out, and he does well, and he comes in.
Stepped up.
He was fantastic, I thought.
Well deserved. We said it that. Egypt, they are tournament players. They know how to win games. They know how to manage games. They absorbed pressure and managed it very well, and knew when to come out and put pressure on the Cameroonians. They could have won it on normal time. But then in penalties, they showed the experience. They were there before, and they slotted their penalties very well.
Oh, very, very well. And for a third consecutive match, Egypt really being pushed all the way into extra time, now into penalties. And this is what it is. Third and fourth place playoff match will be between Burkina Faso and Cameroon. And then, of course, that big, big final, Senegal, Egypt, quality.
Yeah, quality indeed there. But we said it, Egypt to the final, they probably deserve it, because if you, never won Nigeria. You overcame Cote d'Ivoire, you overcame Morocco. You now overcome the host. You deserve to be there.
I just think maybe a game too far in the final. 3 extra times now.
Yeah,
a day
that's
shorter.
right.
Senegal have had a day extra rest. It looks like they're running out of players. Egypt, they're running out of coaches as well. So, it might be a game too far, but you never know with these Egyptians. Their mentality, it's fantastic, their mentality, how they go into games and they stay in games. And that's something, as footballers, you always got to understand. You got to stay in the game. Even when you're not playing well, they can do that, and they did it again tonight.
Yeah, the mentality is just next level. But I do know that the Lions of Tarango were looking at both these teams going into extra time, going into the penalties, and they were chomping at the bit, knowing that, as Gavin rightfully said, they've got just that extra bit of advantage, a little bit of rest. We'll take you through the key moments in this all-important game after this. are through to the final, and now it's down to the Pharaohs and the Lions of Teranga on Sunday to see who will win another crown and become the champions of Africa. Oof. But so much to talk about in this encounter. We spoke about the dominance. Well, in terms of the opportunities, more of them going the way of the indomitable Lions in the first half. In the second, though, things changed, and we started seeing, Gavin, Egypt coming out a little bit more and a couple more opportunities for them.
Well, I said it at half-time. It's a very simple concept. You've got to move the team up. If you play 10 metres up the field, that means your midfield are going to be closer. Everybody's a little bit closer and more compact. And they started to win the ball high up the pitch, and then it's easier to play. It's a very simple concept. So they did that so much better. But Cameroon, for me, they just moved the ball so slowly, as the game went on, and they just looked like they ran out of, is it legs, or, the energy levels was down, and they were really poor on the ball, and it just got worse and worse and worse.
Well, this breakaway, this opportunity for Salah was it was a given, it was a gift chance.
What a chance. I mean, it was gifted to him there, but unlike Salah, normally he takes those, but today, I mean, he didn't really play very well, and for me, that was an example of Salah that we saw today.
Yeah, and another standout performance today definitely has to be the goalkeeper. Between the sticks for Egypt, we're talking about the number one injured, was on the bench, and he had to come up with a big performance, and he did just that today.
Yeah, Gabaski, he looked assured in every save. Even in the first half when he was tested, there was a few balls, high balls. His timing coming off his line was there, so very confident, and he was the star at the end of the evening. But I think his performance in the 90 minutes plus the extra time really shows that Egypt have a lot of depth in that, and he's become a star in his country this evening. Yeah,
we were questioning just some of the substitutions and maybe an opportunity Cameroon bring in a couple of faces, but one that we had predicted was Trezeguet. They just looked so much livelier when he was brought into the game, and we started seeing them again taking a couple of chances. This one, what a rocket.
What a rocket, what a chance, but it wasn't like it was clear-cut chance. It was a bit of lucky rebound, but he took that one ever so well. He could have gone in there, and nobody would have questioned that, because he took it really, really well.
Yeah, you talk about the pressure on the coaches of a game like this, and just the pressure to make it through to the final came to a head for the Pharaohs.
Yeah, I think Carlos, his experience, he's been around, he should know better. You can go so far, and there's always that boundary where you just don't go. And I think he just went over the, he pushed the limits a little bit too much, and obviously what happened. But the referee was looking for him right in the first half when he booked him. So he should know, Carlos, don't go in there, and because they're going to send you off, and it's what happens.
Yeah, it was a different Carlos Queiroz, though.
Yeah, it's not normally like him. He's normally calm, but you could just see, he just pushed the boundary and just went over.
That's what pressure does to you.
Yeah.
He was under pressure there, and was trying to show character for his team, but then he went a bit too far there.
And you can see there was very little commotion with Carlos, and the referee walking straight to him.
Yep.
And now you understand his reaction. He was livid because he's like, I done nothing. But as Gavin said, he was aiming for him. First half already cautioned. You have a few suspensions in your coaching staff, So the last thing you want to do is provoke the referee. So I think not the best of behaviors, and it just puts them on a setback. Going into the final now, you're without the head coach there. Yes, the message can be translated through the assistants, but it's just not the same.
It's not the same, right? Do you think that maybe this tells a story of what's happening behind the scenes? Just how much was riding on this?
I don't. Yeah, you do. But I think he's going to go to the World Cup qualifiers. So that's going to be the make-up. That's the big one. But to get in the final, I think they've done brilliantly well. New coaching staff with Roger coming in with him there as well. Obviously, the language is the problem. They've got to interpret, as you can see. So, but Carlos, his experience, he's been in Real Madrid and these places, he should know. But obviously, something's happened possibly that we don't know about.
So now we've got, key members of the technical team that are going to be missing in that final, and the fact that they were pushed once again. Are they going to have the legs to go all out in such a big final?
Yes. They have nothing to reserve for. It's just one game, and they know that if they get it right, they will go out of this tournament as winners. So I don't think fatigue will be any problem. You know that you've done ever so well to get to this stage. You know, you have to give everything. You don't even think about going back to your club and whatever. You want to go back as a hero. So I don't think fatigue will come to play.
Look at all of your tweets on hashtag SSAfcon21. Bulelani Mbovu Guyana saying congratulations to Team Egypt for reaching the final. 3 days ago, I predicted that it was going to be Egypt and Senegal that they'll be meeting at the finals. Now we have Salah versus Mane. Ngabamago saying, I really feel for Cameroon though as the hosts. Well done, Egypt. Lots of missed chances in this game.
Yeah, very even in terms of the possession stats and the stats all round. But as Gavin said, you know, when it comes to this level of the competition, it's all about the details. It's all about the nerve. Can you settle it through? If it's not the set play, it's going to be the penalties. And the big players need to step up when it's necessary. And this evening, the big player for me in this penalty shootout was the goalkeeper, Gabaski.
Oh, yeah.
I just go back to the point of the accuracy of the passing. You've got to be over 80%. At this level with players of this caliber, and that's why I thought the game wasn't as good as it should have been. There were so many turnovers and the accuracy of the passing was poor today, you know.
Sianda Watamda says, my guess is that Cameroon were not thoroughly prepared for this final. They undermined their opponents by not anticipating the game going into penalties. Yeah, they really had to work hard for this one, of course, and going all the way into penalties. And now people are starting to think about what effect this is going to have, of course, in the final on Sunday. But when it goes to penalties, literally is just a lottery. And for you, didn't make your predicting who was going to win it any easier here?
Not at all. I mean, penalties, we know it's all about holding your nerves. You know, it's all about your mental strength. And, I mean, we said it when he's walked up to play the penalty, the number 4, that he didn't have the best of games. You know, he was just clearing the balls. And, I mean, the keeper, we have to say, you know, is the hero today.
I thought the Cameroon goalkeeper, looking at him, he was moving so early and he wasn't committing himself left or right. He was just sort of going down, you know. I'm not saying he could have saved any of them, but, you know, you got to make a better effort, I thought, you know. It's difficult,
yeah.
You know, but he wasn't really, you know, if in doubt, go with the swing of the foot, you know, which he didn't do. He went opposite all the time. But anyway, some good penalties and always very difficult to set.
Yeah, it's certainly not the reason for it, but if you just look at the Cameroon kickers, all substitutes that came on, took the penalties. Makuri missed, and G missed, as well as Simon Lottie. So very, very unfortunate. It's a lottery. The penalties is a lottery. It's can you keep your nerve, can you choose it? You can't train it, and at the end of the day, I think the goalkeepers have an opportunity to become stars, and that is exactly what Gabaski done this evening.
Never undermine the Pharaohs of Egypt. Go Salah go, says Asanda Kuno on hashtag SSAfcon21. Now, never underestimate the Pharaohs. What happens on Sunday? Big final. Senegal, Egypt.
Well, I mean, Senegal, they've done well. You know, they are not number 1 in the continent for nothing. They've proven it. They were finalists also in the last edition. So I think they will be looking forward to going one time around, but it's not going to be easy.
I did the first game of the tournament. I said Senegal will win it. Will win it.
And you're sticking with it?
Hands down. They got the better quality. They got players that play the top level. Squad is stronger. I think Egypt are a fantastic side, and they'll slow it down and try and stay in the game. But I think Senegal have got too much for them.
Yeah, I think the Egyptians won it 7 times already, so let's give it to the Senegalese. And they were last year, last edition, they were in a final against Algeria.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that it's a second time lucky for the Senegalese.
All right, we're looking forward to it. And of course, that third place playoff encounter, as well as the big final, is going to be live right here on your World of Champions. That third and fourth place playoff match between Burkina Faso and Cameroon is going to be on Saturday, as opposed to on Sunday. There was a press release, of course, yesterday from the Confederation of African Football. And then, of course, all eyes on who is going to triumph can hardly wait. Thank you all so much for being a part of the festivities tonight, watching it. World class as always, right here on your World of Champions. Fantastic job from our pundits here in studio. Let's do it again on Saturday. Au revoir.